test, 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 test.
Okay. Right. Good morning, everyone. I think we better start as we have quite a busy agenda for you today as well. Nice to see everyone. Nice to see good numbers even after last night's dinner. I think everyone is made it here. I hope you enjoyed your dinner. And for those of you who did a guided tour, I already heard that you all had a wonderful time. Before we start day 2, I would like to make a short summary just to set the scene for today and just to make a short summary of day 1. Just a little recap. So yesterday's discussions clearly showed that national governments have laid the foundations for identification and registration systems, but the forthcoming EU legislation will for the first time harmonise rules for breeders, sellers, shelters and owners, bringing a long-awaited level of coherence to companion animal welfare across Europe. Yesterday's discussions also highlighted the complexity of this field, shaped by the many stakeholders involved. Policymakers, veterinarians, shelters, breeders, and citizens all share responsibility, and our task is to ensure these roles are clearly defined, supported with the right tools, and grounded in mutual trust. While the new legislation represents decades of advocacy, the work ahead is still substantial. Effective transposition into national systems, strong enforcement, and careful attention to cross-border trade will determine its success. The session today will dive into those issues in more details, especially when we start talking about cross-border trade. We also heard that capacity building remains essential. Competent authorities, veterinarians, shelters and breeders must be empowered through professional training and supported by robust GDPR-compliant IT systems. Technology will continue to modernize the sector, but only if we equip all actors, especially those in rural areas, to adopt digital tools confidently. International efforts, including WOA's work on dog population management, further reinforce this progress. Yet gaps remain, particularly for cats, where species-specific INR and improved population management are still needed. These insights set a strong foundation for today's discussions as we continue shaping a more responsible, harmonized and future-proof framework for companion animal welfare. Today, we are focusing on our discussions on enforcement and building a rapid enforcement network across Europe so that we can welcome the new regulation prepared and tackle the significant problem we are all aware of illegal pet trade. We have fantastic speakers lined up for you today. They will give the insights into mainly the working of enforcement agencies and the need for coordinated cross-agency, cross-border action. I'll start with introducing our first speaker. That's Marton Kozinci. Marton is the external consultant for DG Sante, and Marton will talk about the outcomes of the EU coordinated rapid enforcement action. So, Marton, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the invitation. Delighted to be here and contribute to the discussions on this very important topic. I hope everyone had ample time to recharge after yesterday because we're going to start the day with some numbers and graphs. But first, I will talk about the Pet Animals Network today, which is a network that was created last year after the very successful coordinated control plan on the illegal trade of cats and dogs. And this is the network where we encourage member states to collaborate and share information on the cross-border movements of cats and dogs. Sorry. Thank you. So as I mentioned, the network was created last year in October, and it forms part of a larger network, the Alert and Cooperation Network. It's the main reported issues that we see are forgery and absence of documents, whether that be pet passports or tracy certificates, health certificates, as well as disguising commercial transports as non-commercial. Just to explain very briefly what the ACN is, it's a network that facilitates the administrative information sharing between member states, and it's broken down into two main categories based on whether the non-compliances pose a risk of human health or not. When they do, the notifications are raised in the Rapid Alert System for Food and Feed, or RASF. And if not, we have specialized networks, sub-networks, based on the topic of the remaining notifications. And these include just general non-compliances, animal welfare-related non-compliances, plant health, agri-food fraud, and most importantly for us, the Pet Animals Network. So a little bit about the numbers. We've been keeping track of fraudulent behavior related to the cross-border movement of cats and dogs since 2020. And since then, the number of notifications have raised significantly. Mainly, for the first jump, mainly it was because of the coordinated control plan between 2022 and 2023. And then the second jump we can see was last year when the Pet Animals Network was created. Before the Pet Animals Network was created, these non-compliances were reported within the Food Fraud Network, as it was the only fraud-related network within ACM. But since then, the issue and the relevance of it has outgrown the Food Fraud Network, and now it's its own network. These numbers also reflect the raised awareness and increased relevance of these violations. So during the coordinated control plan, the result of that was a report that was published in 2023, and this report identified a number of main modes of operation. I'm sure most of you are familiar with the report and with these modes of operation, but I will just mention some of the main ones, the most important ones, and the most recurrent origin country for trade from outside of the European Union remains Serbia. To this day, we receive notifications for pet animals from Serbia every week, and it involves the evasion of commercial requirements, but by not declaring these movements on the proper channels, which is traces, and using fake European pet passports. During the coordinated control plan, it was identified that most of these passports were either Greek or Bulgarian, but recently we have seen that these fraudulent networks have adapted their operations, and now other countries are also issuing fake or falsified pet passports within the EU, which of course raises the value of these animals on the European market. And the main connection between these networks is that they tend to use the same veterinarian names, the same traders and breeders, as well as the same rabies vaccine lots. Another mode of operation that was identified was the illegal breeding activities and the import of animals illegally from third countries by Romanian associations who abuse their status and similarly to the Serbian cluster, also move these consignments into the EU by not declaring them as a commercial movement. Additionally, they're also leveraging their status animal welfare organizations. The illegal import of animals from Belarus and Russia is a little bit different in that they are, at first glance, fully compliant. They have a traces registration, they have a health certificate, they are moved into the European Union via the Baltics, and only later, during market controls or whistleblower complaints or suspicious veterinarian reports, we find out that a lot of the information that these documents were based upon were actually falsified, including the rabies vaccine stickers or the health certificates that were issued in these countries, as well as some parts of the EU pet passports that are used. Another cluster, and it works much differently than the previous one, is pet animals from Turkey, where the fraudulent actors on the market, they disguise their commercial activities as non-commercial movements. By this method, they are evading commercial requirements, such as making sure that the establishments where these animals are originating from are registered properly, that they have received proper clinical examination, and they are registered in traces. Most of these movements usually take place by flight, and they go directly to the destination countries. This is what was identified during the coordinated control plan, but since we have seen an evolution of this modus operandi significantly, and now we see imports by land, by bordering EU countries, and we have also heard reports and have suspicion to believe that veterinarians in Turkey have direct access to European pet passports that they're issuing in Turkey, which further simplifies the evasion of these requirements for the fraudsters. The Turkey cluster is not the only one that takes advantage of this, of disguising commercial activities as non-commercial. We see it in a number of different ways. Fraudsters from non-EU countries that are authorized for trade like to use this because they can evade commercial requirements that can include clinical examinations and traces registrations, while non-EU countries without an authorization for trade gain access to the market. And we also see that this modus operandi is prevalent within Europe, so intra-European trade as well. So a general overview of the numbers. These numbers are from the past year, and they comprise of all of the notifications that we receive raised by member states within the Pet Animals Network. We carefully analyze this data, and the main, so over 2/3 of these notifications relate to notifications that carry a suspicion of fraud, while 1/3 of it does not carry any suspicion of fraud, or there's not enough red flags or indications for us to assess them as such. Within the notifications that we assess to be carrying a suspicion of fraud, an overwhelming 90% is illegal commercial activity, while 10% is illegal non-commercial. The way that we make these differentiations during our assessments is by looking at whether there has been a change of ownership during the movement of these animals, regardless of whether there was money exchange or not. And illegal non-commercial movements would comprise of, for example, movements where an owner did not know about the requirements to transport their animals back home from a holiday, so they engage fraudulent operators on a one-time basis on the market. So there's no intent to sell the animals later. The main issues that we see within these notifications is related to pet passports and health or traces certificates. This could be the forgery of these documents or the complete absence of them. We have heard from previous speakers yesterday the vulnerabilities of the pet passport, and the numbers definitely show that these vulnerabilities are being leveraged by illegal operators on the market. This is further exacerbated by the fact that there's different levels of punitive measures by member state. So there are member states where forgery and absence of pet passports or any sort of misuse of pet passports does not carry a criminal fine, only an administrative one, which is something that operators can calculate into their business. And we also have issues with rabies antibody titration reports, rabies antibody vaccinations, and lost pets, animal welfare issues, and etc. So this is a graph of the top 10 origin countries for fraudulent cats and dogs transports, separated by top EU origins and top non-EU origins. Within the EU, the top originating countries remain Romania, Hungary, and Bulgaria, while the non-EU countries are Serbia, Turkey, and Ukraine. We have a very close cooperation with Serbia. There's over 100 notifications over the years that relate to what we call the Serbian cluster, operated with an international network of veterinarians and smuggling or transporting animals into the EU. We also have close contact with Turkey. They have been very helpful with verifying some of the documents that we received that later turned out to be fraudulent, and we're always open to further collaborations with third countries. The top notifying countries for cats and dogs notifications were Germany, Slovenia, and the Netherlands. For Germany, there's a lot of animal welfare issues that are being reported, a lot of, as a destination country in the fraudulent trade. There's a lot of market controls or whistleblower information that we receive that is incredibly helpful for us. For Slovenia, we get a lot of notifications related to cats and dogs originating from Serbia. And we also operate cooperation with different actors and stakeholders other than national competent authorities. One of the most useful and helpful one has been the cooperation with the vaccine industry. We are in constant contact with them, verifying all of the vaccine lot numbers and vaccine stickers that we receive to make sure that the countries where the pet passport states these vaccines have been administered are actually countries where they were distributed to, or whether they are actually authentic and not falsified, forged in any way. We have identified a lot of fraudulent operators by confirming that the vaccine stickers were counterfeit. We usually send emails to these manufacturers every month, depending on how many cases we've received, and these responses are then circulated, fed back to the member states via Circa BC, so that there's a constant access for them to check vaccines when new issues and notifications arise. And lastly, we have an ongoing cooperation with law enforcement. We share all relevant info with law enforcement through Europol. After our weekly screenings of cases, we participate in the Impact Operational Action Plan, And we have a cooperation with customs, mostly raising awareness on issues and sharing information on recurrent operators. We hope to expand this cooperation and make sure that ample training is provided and there's a wider knowledge and awareness of how these networks operate so that we can counter this from the beginning. And that is it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. That was, well, really interesting and very insightful. So I'm sure there'll be questions for our speaker. It's clear that those networks are extremely sophisticated, so it will take a lot of collaboration and coordinated action to deal with that. Do we have any questions for Martin? I'll stand here and I'm happy to bring the mic to anyone. Yeah?
Thank you. It was very interesting, and I'm just curious what you expect of this new regulation, how it will influence on these problems in trade and movement. Thank you.
We definitely expect the notifications to rise. I think we've already seen the effects of it because in the past year, in 2025 so far, we've seen more cases being reported than any year before. And on a weekly basis, we also see that there's much more reporting of these non-compliances. Of course, these numbers don't represent the actual illegal market. I think it mostly reflects the awareness and the awareness that's being raised, and also that this topic is being moved up in the priority list because of the new legislation.
Thank you, Martin. Any other questions? No? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. We'll move on to our next speaker in that case. Thank you. You see, I needed that moderating table, I know myself. Okay, our next speaker is Paolo Zucca. Paolo is a veterinarian and psychologist specialized in veterinary public health and biological risk management. After a decade of a long academic, very impressive career, he now serves as a veterinary officer in the Friuli Venezia Giulia region of Italy. And Paolo was the partner of the Interreg Italy-Austria biocrime project, which I believe we'll be hearing about today, developed to combat the illegal animal trade, and Paolo currently leads the Interreg Italy-Austria biocrime next project. So, Paolo, the floor is yours, and look forward to hearing about the project.
Thank you very much, and good morning to everybody. I will speak about the project, I will speak about what we did, and probably is not the best solution, is not the best plan, but as a psychologist, I know that it's better to have a plan that is not perfect, that you can improve, rather than not having anything. Because if you don't have any plan, every day is a new day, and you have to start again. In life, there are events that change the way of thinking of people. For us, the event was a truck with more than 2,000 parrots that we confiscated on the Italian-Austrian border close to Christmas in 2015. That has been the starting point of our project, because it's not only been an animal problem, all the birds were infected with Chlamydia psittaci. It is an airborne zoonotic disease. We were working before the COVID-19. Nobody knew what was an airborne disease. So the law enforcement and the personnel get infected. They infected the relatives, and we had problem for months. So we decided that we had to do something. Why? This is another topic that for me is very important. The negative effects of illegal animal and food trade. Everybody is thinking that the main problem is animal welfare. It is not. It is one of the main problems, but the main problem is human health. And then we have also a problem of market protection, because the honest breeders cannot stay on the market. They cannot compete. We have problem of consumer fraud, and also problem of national security. This is a very important list because whenever you go to discuss with stakeholders and you bring with you only the animal welfare topic, usually you don't resolve anything at all. But whenever you start to discuss about money, things change. Whenever you start to discuss about human health, it's another story. Why is it so important? Because we forget that humans are affected by about 1,700 different diseases, but about 60 or 70% of them are zoonotic diseases. They come from animals. And coming back to the interaction that we have to have with the stakeholders, it's very useful to develop models. Everybody in this room probably love animals, like animals, but it's not enough. You have to be able to discuss about risk, assessment, models, and money. And this is what we did. The truck was a very old truck with 5,000 parrots. The value of the market on the market was around 5,000 euros. But the model in terms of human risk and health risk say a different story. We are not discussing if the introduction of the disease, the pathogens, was deliberate, accidental, or natural, because it doesn't matter, it doesn't change for the destination region. So we know that Chlamydia psittaci can infect from 1 to 1 to 1 to 12. That means that every person or every family that is infected can infect 1 or 12. So you can develop two models. The best one can assess the economical losses at around 35 millions with 150 deaths. That means a 1-to-1 infection. The worst one, for a single truck, could be 420 million euro and 1,800 deaths. So this is quite convincing whenever you have to convince people to put money to increase surveillance, because preventive medicines is like intelligence. If it works, you don't see anything. So it's very difficult to get money if you don't see anything. But this is a good topic. What we learn. We learn that there are some weaknesses in the system. The first one was insufficient training for law enforcement. We were not ready to deal with this kind of biological risk. The second one, it has been mentioned several times yesterday, is communication and coordination, not only at central level, because when you are alone in the night on the border, you can't speak with the CEO or with the boss of your organization or agency. And there happen the worst things because you are not coordinated. You don't have the mobile phone, your colleagues that is working at 500 meters from you on the other side of the border. And so deficiency in communication coordination at the local level among stakeholders, it's a real huge weakness. Also cross-border communication, the same story. It's not only inside your region or your member state, but also on the other side of the border. Furthermore, there are a lot of information that are circulating about the risk of diseases, of illegal animal trade, etc., etc. But as Deming said, without data, yours is simply another opinion. So what we did is collect exactly also epidemiological information for each animal we confiscated during all the biocrime project during 5 years. And last but not least, we understood that probably one of the main final targets of the illegal pet trade are children and families. And so the idea, and this is something that comes from my background in psychology, was to assess, to evaluate how do they know, how do they understand the general concept of zoonotic disease, risk, and One Health. It's very healthy to speak, very trendy, sorry, to speak of One Health. But again, there was a lack of data. The network was very huge. Our main partner was, of course, Land Carinthia in Austria, RS Science Park, laboratory, universities, army, financial police, health agency, hospital, university, not only in the project area, but also outside, including the University of Hokkaido, Leibniz Institute for Zoo and Wildlife Research, Mauritian Institutes of Education. What we did, we started with, of course, the most important topic for us was training. Training courses on biological and zoonotic risk. Most of the law enforcement, more or less, they have a basic training in CBRN, that means chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear risk, but it's not the same risk that you have on a daily work whenever you do vehicle controls. So what we did, and we are still doing it, is to do a training on a regular basis of veterinary personnel, but also of law enforcement, on biological risk, on animal management, but also from the practical point of view, what you have to do whenever you have a scenario like this one, and what you have to do to cooperate with veterinary services. Because one of the major mistakes was, for instance, that the law enforcement, they were very impressed for the poor condition of the animals, and the first thing that they were used to do was to download the truck. And then the veterinary officer was not able to take pictures, to produce something that it was very strong and important whenever you have to go to the court. So it's not only a matter of what you have to do, but how you have to do. And which are the protection measures, the personal protection equipment, how you have to deal with the different risks. The training cannot be once in your life because things are changing. Now we have problem with avian influenza, is another class 3 pathogens, etc., etc. I mean, it doesn't work if you attended the training course 10 years ago. It's completely different. So you have to do a retraining of people. We cooperate, as mentioned from the colleague from DG Santé, also with the MPACT program, Envy Crime program. The colleagues that we speak after me will give you, of course, more detail about this, but we did a training to 14 law enforcement agencies in Europe, and recently we are shifting to something of more digital. I will let you know why. So we are working on training courses, also for veterinarians, on open source intelligence and medical intelligence. Communication, as I already mentioned, was really a huge problem at the beginning. And this is the graph of the organizational communication. Usually you have a good communication within your organization, but whenever you have to deal with another, cooperate with another organization, even if it is in your country, it could take times. Whenever you confiscate a truck in the night, you don't have time to discuss and you don't find the people, you don't find the person. So we operate to improve the communication also at the bottom level. By the way, all the things that I'm discussing and presenting here have been published on scientific journals, and they are open source, so you can find more details of what we did on the web. This is basically the model. If you look carefully to bibliography and frequently on what people think about animal legal trade, usually they forget the main stakeholder, because the main stakeholder is not only the veterinary officer, is not only the law enforcement personnel, but it is the public prosecutor. You can't forget the justice. So it's not a group of 2 agency, but it's 3. Because you can do whatever you want, but if your public prosecutors don't know exactly what you are doing, if you are not able to provide a proper report, I make you a simple example. If you confiscate the parrots infected with Chlamydia psittaci, and you don't write on the report that it could take 15 days to have the official lab feedback, the public prosecutor could decide to not confiscate the animal. Okay? And this is a huge problem from the health point of view. So everybody in this kind of triad have to learn how to interact with the other. And what is the idea of the biocrime model of cross-border cooperation? That is not enough to cooperate within your country with the other 2 stakeholders, but you have to replicate the same story on the other side of the border. And how? Well, using something that nobody knows that exists, but it works perfectly, that are the international police and custom cooperation centers. So using this kind of organization that it is already working all over Europe, you can easily develop this strategy. That probably is not the best, as I mentioned at the beginning, but at least is something. So what we did, we developed investigation protocols, official investigation protocols with public prosecutors. We publish all the information that we had, and we did joint border controls. And this is another important topic because people that are working on the same border, of course I mentioned Carinthia, but for instance here we are in Ferneti, so also Slovenian colleagues have been involved. Why? Because the Interreg project they don't allow to do a trilateral project, they allow only a bilateral, so we did a bilateral, but of course we are working on 2 borders, and we invited also the colleagues from Slovenia. We also have been mentioned in several official documents, European Community, interview, etc., because we think that communication is very important. And epidemiological survey, this is quite interesting. It's been huge efforts, but basically we published more than 1 papers, and we found that, for instance, this is not mentioned here, but almost 100% of the illegally traded puppies, dogs and cats, are positive for endoparasites. So this is a zoonotic disease, fungal disease, but probably the most interesting findings in a sort of One Health.
You have time. You're saying, don't worry. You have time.
No, don't rush.
Okay. The most important finding for me has been a One Health approach to what is related to the illegal animal trade from the epidemiological point of view. The colleagues from Istituto Zooprofilattico, that is our official lab agency in Italy, in this case Zooprofilattico Venezia, that is working as an official lab for the 3 regions in northeast Italy, they isolated the canine parvovirus in the puppies, and then they found the same canine parvovirus in a wolf. What does it mean? It means that it's not simply a matter of infecting your domestic dog population with new viruses, strains, but these strains spill over to your wildlife. So the scenario is much more complicated, and the damage is really worse than what we think. So it's a really One Health approach, but again, I think that to be able to deal and to discuss with stakeholders and people who can decide what to do, we need data. We need data. What about education? Well, as a psychologist, whenever I get up every morning, I never know if I am a vet or a psychologist. In this case, I was a psychologist. I was very curious to know what children understand or what is going on. So we began with 4 European countries, Italy, Austria, Slovenia, and Germany. And then we added also 2 non-European countries like Mauritius and Japan. Summarizing, what we found was very interesting. Basically, on a sample of about 650, 700 adolescents, we found that from 18 to 42% of them didn't know anything about One Health, didn't know anything about the risk of transmission of diseases, and interestingly, they didn't absolutely understand the idea, the concept of One Health. For instance, 60% of them say that it was not possible for humans to transmit diseases to animals. And the interesting story is that the children of Mauritius are better than the children from Friuli, Venezia Giulia, and Slovenia and Austria in understanding the risk of the human-animal interactions. And another important finding was that in some area of the study, rabies in the past was endemic. In that areas, children gave the worst assessment. So probably we have really to work a little bit more. It's not only to fight the crime on the road, but also as a public officers, but also as NGOs, and every stakeholders should put a little bit more effort in terms of education, because this is a multifactorial problem, so we cannot have a single recipe to solve it. Starting from this, we decided to produce a strange paper. I don't know if you know what is Frontiers for Young Minds. I published several scientific papers, but this has been one of the most difficult for me because my reviewers were children. So this is a scientific journal written from scientific people, but reviewed from children, that they are really terrible. So no, it's funny because there are some Nobel Prizes that have been rejected several times, the paper from Frontiers for Young Minds, simply because children don't understand. It has been really an incredible experience for me. It takes months to publish this paper, but in the story we managed, so we published a very simple paper about zoonosis. And the interesting story, I didn't know at the beginning, is that, you know, if you give a look to the previous paper, they have been downloaded quite a lot of time, that means 10,000 times. Some papers in Frontiers for Young Minds have been downloaded 10 million times. So you don't have to underestimate this kind of cultural transmission, this kind of exchanging information. What is the long-term idea of keep alive this project? Well, for the first time in Europe, we developed after the biocrime project, a biocrime center by law, thanks also to the cooperation to the Austrian government, to the land Carinthia, and we established a permanent biocrime center inside the Polizeikooperationscentrum in Tormagler, in Tarvisio, and it's a permanent cross-border point. As I mentioned before, basically nobody. How much time do you have? Okay. Basically, if you give a look to the map of Europe, all the red stars are international police and custom cooperation centers. Also, they are really spread all over. There are about 43 centers. For instance, in Tormaglen, we have the police, the law enforcement from Italy, from Slovenia, from Austria, and from Germany. So that is the best point where to establish a connections, because it is important to use RASP as a sort of tool, but there are some limitations. For instance, the first one is that most veterinarians in Europe that are using RASP are working with food inspection. So those are working with live animal. Usually they don't have access to RASP. This is one of the reasons for which you have a low number of notification. The second limit, but will be discussed probably better from the next speaker, is that the criminal database of the law enforcement on Europol, that is called Siena, is not connected with RASP. They have different level of security, of course. Siena is a higher security, RASP is a lower security. That means a lot of people can, in some way, have access to data. But there is a problem, because when I have a notification of a crime, I put something in RASP, people from Siena, the law enforcement, don't have any notification. So it's a sort of hand job that is done, but according to the number of notification, we should at least, I would not say make a merging between the two databases, but at least notification. Let know to people in Siena that I confiscate animal from the trader, from a criminal, and have the same feedback from them to improve the capacity to stop the illegal crime. So why we can adapt and replicate the model without any funding? Because the network is already existing. In every country, whenever you come from, you can in some way start cooperating with international police and cooperation centers. As I mentioned before, probably this is not the best solution, but is at least a solution at present. My opinion for the future is that we really need a stronger cooperation among veterinary officer, law enforcement, agency, and justice, and we have to improve our abilities on cyber and medical intelligence. Why? Against data. These are the data of the type of transport. In 2017, we had about 80% of large amount of animals in few trucks, okay? That was the general illicit transport. Only 20% of cars, 18% to be honest. Now, the ratio is the opposite. So it's very difficult, as is mentioned yesterday, to find a small amount of animals, few animals that are transported as pet animals. It's difficult to demonstrate, it's difficult to find them, and the only option that we have is to become more sensitive, more able to investigate the web, the online selling platform, using tools that basically are free, like open source intelligence, and we have only to provide training to veterinary officer, law enforcement to use free tools for monitoring what is happening on the web. Otherwise, we lose the battle, because now it's impossible or it's very difficult to catch immediately, directly, an illegal trade on the ground. For this reason, the number of large trucks basically are not significant anymore. So this is the last slide. What is the general idea that is related also to the problem of bioterrorism, human health, etc.? Usually in Europe, we are lacking about medical intelligence. There are a lot of projects, a lot of funding about cybersecurity, but basically very few about medical intelligence, medical security. Medical intelligence is a tool that will help us also to reduce the impact of illegal animal trade, especially working on the web. So the general idea is to use the model of a membrane, cell membrane that is called fluid mosaic model, in which you have cyber and medical that are working together, where it could be in international police cooperation centers or not, I don't know. What I'm hoping that, as it happening in other countries, not European countries, there is a special unit inside the general, for instance, for Europe, Europol agency, where you have not only law enforcement, but also veterinary officer. So this is my hope for the future, to have young people that will be hired in Europol to coordinate the network. So we don't need a huge amount of money, we need to think differently. And last but not least, recently, as mentioned by Alexandra at the beginning, we won another small European project, always for the same topic, that is called Biocrime Next, thanks to the European Group of Cooperation, Territorial Cooperation. This is another information that I share with you. Each European region has a territorial cooperation group. You can also discuss with them to have funding for small projects of cross-border cooperation all over Europe. So this is another useful tool. And yeah, Biocrime Next. So we are still working on these topics. I thank you very much for your attention. And if you need more information, everything is available on the web. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Paolo. That was quite amazing. Really interesting. And I think I don't know where to stand. The technicians told me not to stand there. Okay. Lots of extremely interesting information, and I think you addressed and touched on so many important points. Of course, the role of judiciary. Next time, I promise, we are going to have a prosecutor from one of the countries here. Very important, the role of the three agencies or three key stakeholders. And as well, as you say, improving the systems of notification and data sharing, because those modus operandi are constantly evolving. So I think we need to always stay one step ahead of the game. So please, questions for Paolo? There has to be a question. Okay.
Yeah, thank you for that very interesting presentation. I do agree with Alexandra that the modus operandi are constantly evolving. And I know how difficult educational campaigns can be. So I just wanted to ask you, how far-reaching do you see the effect of public education on this topic and consumer protection?
Okay. As I mentioned before, I'm fixed on data because it's something with which you can discuss. If you give a look to the paper that we published about what adolescents understand of One Health, you will see that we did a research in 2 steps to assess the efficiency of the action. So we did the first interview without any training, and then we did the training that was very simple, 45 minutes of theory, 45 minutes with the dog of the law enforcement and with the pet therapy dogs, just to show children how it works, to be a little bit emotional. Then after 1 month, we did a second training, always the same, with a second assessment. Basically, I would say that you can achieve the 80-90% of correct responsive with only 2 action, only 2 meetings, only 2 training, only 2 action in a single school. And so this means that you don't have to put a lot of efforts. It's quite easier of what I thought, that children are very clever, probably much more clever than me, so you don't need to be simple. This was something that the teachers told us, please don't be, you have to speak very simple, but basically the questions that we had and the answering the question and the debate with the children was very complex because, the web makes a difference. So to reply to you, I think that it's enough once or at least 2 to achieve a good rate of knowledge of the problem. So the investment is not too much.
Thank you very much, Paolo. Any other questions? No? Well, you'll have an opportunity to hear more from Paolo during our panel discussion. So yeah, save your questions for then, please. Thank you very much, Paolo. Thank you. Okay. And now we move on to our third speaker, our final speaker of the session. So we'll hear from the enforcement agency, quite important as well to understand as well what the challenges of the enforcement are. Our next speaker is Ondrej Koporec. Ondrej is the head of the investigation unit in the Department for Detection of Hazardous Material Environmental Crime at the Ministry of Interior at the Slovak Republic. Ondrej leads investigations into organized environmental crime and coordinates international and inter-agency efforts to strengthen enforcement and cooperation. And Ondrej also acts as the chair of the Environmental Crime Network, EnviCrimeNet, which Paolo actually referred to in his previous presentation. So Ondrej, the floor is yours. Thank you for joining us and welcome.
So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for my introduction. Maybe I would add that I work in this field since 2007. I studied environmental science and I studied law, so I'm the Master of Environmental Science and the Master of Law. So my background is fully in environmental crime. In my short presentation, I will try to explain you how we involve pet trafficking, animal cruelty inside of environmental crime, and what we are trying to do in this field. I'm very glad that I can be here and, how to say, connect our networks, because we are networks of law enforcement in the field of environmental crime. You are networks of veterinarian authorities and veterinarians, and it's really important to work together in this field. How can I? Yes, thank you. So first of all, I would like very briefly introduce our department. We started with environmental crime in 2002 with one police officer who was specialized on environmental crime. And as a final solution, we established in 2022 our Department for Detection of Hazardous Substances and Environmental Crime. Currently, we have 200 police officers who are fully specialized on environmental crime. So there are criminal police officers who are responsible for criminal intelligence, criminal investigation, and investigation of this kind of crime. We are responsible for the investigation in the whole Slovak territory. There is no other agency responsible for criminal investigation. So if you will have any connection to the Slovak Republic, please don't hesitate to contact me. I'm sure I should be able to help you. We have 3 units at the central level and 7 regional units responsible for investigation. In each of these units, we have more than 25 police officers responsible only for this kind of investigation. Speaking about European cooperation, it's very important to mention our network. It's called EnviCrimeNet. It's a network of law enforcement agencies authorized for criminal investigation, which cooperate at strategic level in the fight against environmental crime in Europe. Why we are speaking about strategic level? It's because of our successful work in the past. We were able to establish environmental crime as a priority of European Union under the umbrella of EMPACT. I will speak later about it. So all our operational work is completely covered by EMPACT, by Europol, by Siena, as already Paolo mentioned. But as you know, it's very important to cooperate also at the strategic level. We understood in 2011 when the NV Net was established, that if you want to change something, you cannot do it alone. So you have to cooperate with others. In European Union, is everything based on the majority of the member states. So you can be one member state, you can have a perfect work, perfect law enforcement, but if you are alone in the European Union, you will not be able to change anything. If you are well connected, as we have been in our network NVCrimeNet, we are quite well able to change whatever we intend to change. It was also our work in 2016. We used the Slovak presidency in the Council of European Union, and together with the support of our members in NVCrimeNet, we were able to persuade all other member states, and we established environmental crime as a priority. So for us, it was perfect momentum, and it showed us that we need to work together to change and improve the situation. Regarding our current status, as I mentioned, we established network in 2011. It was the outcome of one of international Belgian, Dutch, and Hungarian project. We had on the board more than 60 informal members from the whole European Union. But then in 2024, we formalized our network to be able to get some financial help from the European Commission and so on. So we transformed our network in 2024 in the international non-profit organization according to the Belgian law. So currently we have 18 members from 17 countries. Of course, from Balkan regions, there is Croatia, Bosnia and Herzegovina. We have some communication with colleagues from Serbia, but I hope that also other countries from this region will join to us. Our main mission is to improve the fight against environmental crime in our countries, because we as an expert, we know it's necessary to do something, but it's very difficult to persuade our politicians, our hierarchy, and so on. So you are veterinarian, so for you it's quite clear, okay, you have to work in this field, but we as a police officer, our authorities, our hierarchy focus mostly on violent crime, organized crime, and so on. So for them, this kind of crime is not so relevant. So it's up to us to persuade them and change their mind to support us in this field. We are providing strategic advice to the EU decision-making agencies regarding environmental crime activities. We were quite successful in preparation of the new NVCrime directive. I will speak later about it. We are trying to develop mechanisms and synergies to support law enforcement activities in criminal investigation, because in this field is everything based on the trust. So you will not share your intelligence, you will not share your criminal investigation with other countries if you don't trust them that they will be able to do it. And the best thing to do it is to have this kind of network, to meet together, speak together, explain our situation, and then understood that we can cooperate. We are trying to promote information exchange among criminal investigation units at the strategic level, and also we are trying to conduct research and strategic reports on emerging threats in environmental crime. Very important document. Currently we have a new NVCrime directive, which was adopted in April 11, 2024. Deadline for transposition into the national legislation is May 2024. It replaced the old directive, which was from the year 2008. This directive was the first directive. It was very important, but unfortunately, when it was evaluation conducted, we found out that many member states established it only on a formal way. So it was established, but they transposed all crime into the national legislation, but didn't establish any system of law enforcement which should be able to enforce this legislation into the practice. So it was very important momentum for us. As I mentioned, we as an expert from NVCrimeNet tried to make this NVCrime directive as effective as possible. So beside of a new crime, of environmental crime, this directive also focus on mechanism of law enforcement. So regarding our cooperation, there are a very important point. So new NV Crime Directive really highlight interagency cooperation and multidisciplinary approach. So we understand that in the fight against environmental crime and also in this animal crime, you cannot do it alone. We are law enforcement, we have a perfect opportunity for investigation, intelligence and so on. Unfortunately, we have a lack of knowledge about animal crime. So in this field, we need you, veterinarian, NGOs, veterinary authorities and so on, because you are in the field, you have a knowledge, you can offer us this intelligence and we can work in it. Beside of our common cooperation, then you will send official criminal complaint. There are also way of criminal, whistleblower communication. So, for example, if you have an organized crime group and you are afraid to do something officially because you can be threatened by these illegal groups, it's quite easy to give us this information under the whistleblower level. So no identity is recorded. So it's just written that it was gathered by the whistleblower, and it's all done in our criminal investigation. So you can be quite safe, and we can work on this field and work on the criminal group. Then very important part is international cooperation. The directive emphasis cross-border investigation, information exchange and coordination action between EU member states. In this field, it's very important to highlight that this crime and also animal crime is international. So usually the origin of dogs is from East European countries. The market is in West European countries. In West European countries, the perpetrator has to be seen. So they are making advertisement, they are trying to sell. But in East European countries, they are not conducting any activity which could highlight them for law enforcement. So if we want to fight against them, it's very important to establish bridge between West European and East European countries and move the knowledge. Usually, they are able to detect this illegal activity. Unfortunately, they are able to stop couriers. As Paolo mentioned, these guys are quite clever. They don't want to be caught by law enforcement, so they are making measure to avoid it. I will speak later in my presentation about it. So it's very important to move the information, because only together we can dismantle this network. Then we are speaking about specialization also in the directive. It's very important that if you want to fight against this kind of crime, you need to have some level of specialization inside of police, customs, prosecutor offices, and also judges. So we are trying to do it. There is 4 network platforms. Currently it's NV-CrimeNet. We have NP as a network of prosecutor for environment. We have EUFIA as a forum of judges for environment. And we have an Impel, more common network working in the field of environmental crime, so which connect inspectors. So I think it's very important to work in this different level and try to specialize. Then it's very important, momentum is also national coordination. New NV Crime Directive focus on this also and establish compulsory national strategy, which has to be adapted 1 year after the transposition. So it should be in 2027. Each EU country and also entering country should adopt this national strategy. There is also transposition at national measures, so they have to be transposed until the May 2026. Speaking about impact, I already mentioned that we were able to involve environmental crime inside of this in 2018. Maybe very briefly to explain it, in EU we have a system of presidency. In the presidency, each country has a half year to, push on their own priorities. After many years in EU, they understood that it cannot work in the field of security, because if you are focused on one topic for 6 months and another 6 months you will focus on another topic, you will not reach anything, it will be only mess. So because of this, they understood, okay, we need something like a cycle of 4 years, and during for these 4 years, we will focus on few priorities. There were 2 cycles before. We tried to get environmental crime many times inside, but only in 2016 we were successful and we involve it. The pet trafficking is there since 2021, so you can see that only after 3 years after and pet trafficking became a part of environmental crime. The methodology of MPAC is quite easy. Europol is conducting research, wrote the EU Serious Organized Threat Assessment, which recommends to the Council to adopt the most important crime as a priority. Then European Union Council decides about the priority. We are preparing multi-annual strategic plans which set up horizontal strategic goals, and then for a period of each 2 years we prepare something like operational action plan for the period of next 2 years. Currently there is operational action plan 2024-2025. Also pet trafficking is involved. The leader of this operational action is Spain. In the next operational action 2026-2027, the leader will be Slovak Republic, so I should be the leader of this operational action. So if you have some ideas how we could cooperate, please don't hesitate to contact me. We will have a first kick-off meeting at the beginning of year 2027. We should have also financial resources from European Union, approximately 60,000 euros. It's now in the discussion with the driver of the priority, but we should have this, and we will try to focus more on criminal networks involved in this field. Now I would like to speak about 2 of our cases. First investigation is almost closed, so I can speak quite freely about it. Second one is still ongoing, so I can only share the information which was published, but I hope it will be helpful for you, and it will show you how important it is to work together against our perpetrators, which are quite clever guys at the end. I'm trying to move. Perfect. Okay. In this investigation, we started in 2011 with criminal intelligence. At the time, we didn't know that it's an issue. As I mentioned, the main issue was in a Western European country. In our country, we didn't know about this problem. But we received a lot of intelligence from France, from Italy, from Spain, that they have a lot of cases connected to the Slovak Republic, and they caught puppies which were infected by diseases, much younger they should be, not vaccinated, and so on. So because of this, we started with some intelligence. We focus on the biggest subjects which we were able to identify, and we decided to use traces and open source concerning the financial activities of the company, which is publicly available in the Slovak Republic. So using this data, we were able to identify one subject which export a huge amount of puppies, but didn't pay taxes for that, only small amount of taxes. So we decided to use this opportunity and focus more on him. Our suspect established a limited liability company in 2007. According records in traces, he exported 6,776 puppies. So you can imagine it's a huge amount. Then we received also several criminal complaints against him from abroad because of fraud, because the puppies were sick in several cases and then die after several days of the transaction. Our suspect was very active. He had a team of people which was responsible for advertisement abroad. He had several persons who could speak German because he focused on German countries, mostly on Switzerland and Austria. His pricing was quite easily. It was from 700 to 1,000 per one puppy plus 300 euros for transportation. So approximately, according our counting, it was 1,000 clean profit for one puppy, because he bought this puppy in the price of 100 from illegal breeding facility. So you can imagine, if you are able to earn 1,000 per one puppy, you will make a business, for example, 5 puppies per month. Your monthly income is much better than the whole month working in some factory or somewhere else. Using this data from traces and tax accountancy, we were able to identify the huge gaps. It was because our perpetrator had to keep everything in the traces because authorities in Austria were quite sensitive on him. They always stopped him in the shipment wasn't in the traces, they always confiscated. So they forced him to record everything, but he never was thinking that that one day somebody mixed together data from traces and from tax accountancy. So we did it, and it was very successful. So we officially opened our investigation in 2022. We focus on offense of animal neglect, spreading contagious animals and plants, tax and insurance evasion, and offense of money laundering. So because of the offense of tax evasion and money laundering, we were able to use wiretapping. It gave us a lot of very important information about this modus operandi. So we found out that they are using illegally without any veterinary drugs. Approximately they are able to export 60 dogs per month with a profit of 60,000 euros per 1 month. So after many years of this work, for example, our perpetrator was able to build a hotel which he gave to his daughter and so on in the money laundering operation. So the amount of money which is generated by this illegal activity is really very huge. They use a certified European veterinary passport without data, only with stamps and signatures of veterinarians. And according to our information, they also know about the poor health condition of puppies. For example, in one phone call, we receive information from driver who informed the main suspect, okay, one of the puppy is already sick, it's bleeding, and the boss just told him, okay, just one issue was just clean him and sell him. It will not be our problem anymore. We receive also several phone calls from abroad, for example, where people complain, okay, the puppy is sick, what we should, and they just told, okay, it's because of the stress, just give him milk with honey and it will be okay, and so on. But it wasn't, the puppies die, but then they didn't take this phone again, and they knew that for victims abroad, it's almost impossible to do anything against them. We conduct house search, we seize a lot of data, accounting, microchips, unfilled European veterinary passport, vaccination preparations for puppies, and so on. So also one of the biggest issue here is that the puppies to be sold are exported too young. So usually they have 3-4 weeks, so the vaccination cannot be conducted yet. They are gathered together, so if only one puppy inside is sick, the puppies didn't have immunity, so they cannot protect themselves, and the diseases are spread quite widely among them. So we accused our perpetrator. Unfortunately, we were able to do it only in the field of taxes. So we identified tax evasion higher than 151,000 euros. So it's only the tax. So the profit, the turnover was approximately 1 million euros. So it was quite huge. The perpetrator, it's maybe something like we called it God's will, because in this case the crime wasn't so serious to arrest perpetrator, but because of our investigation, there were some arguing inside of his family, and his wife gave a criminal complaint against him because of abuse of a close and entrusted person, and this perpetrator is now arrested for more than 1 year because of this crime. So we are still investigating him, but he's already arrested. We are quite sure that his network, his illegal activity are completely stopped. So from our point of view, it's a perfect. No judge would give him sentence like this, so it's perfect. Another case, this investigation was conducted this year. It was outcome of our long time intelligence. We focus on it because we knew that we have a lot of illegal breeding facility, but as I mentioned, it's very difficult to identify them because in this crime the public awareness is very low. People, if they know it, they don't report it. Also, veterinary authorities are afraid to report anything. So it's very difficult for us as a criminal police to identify these cases. So here you can see buildings where they keep these dogs. They were in 2 districts. It should be animal cruelty and neglect of animal care conducted here. So we prepared the operation together with State Veterinary and Food Administration, regional veterinary authorities, private veterinarians, and we worked with also NGOs and shelters to be able to seize this animal. Into premises, as you can see, we identified more than 800 dogs, different breeds, so mostly on poodles, Maltese, Yorkshire Terriers, Cocker Spaniel, Spitz, and so on. So very small breed, which is quite easily breeded them. The dogs were in catastrophic condition. The perpetrator contacted it for more than 12 years. Our veterinarian colleagues identified a lack of hygiene, adequate space, untreated illnesses, and so on. According to our intelligence, the most of these puppies should be exported to Italy, Germany, and to Belgium, and 305 dogs were seized because of a lack of health condition. As Paolo mentioned, in this kind of crime, if you want to make it more serious in your country, it's much better to focus on public health, tax evasion, and so on, which is always more evaluated and give you more power to persuade your politicians to focus on this. Of course, animal cruelty is also an issue, but it works mostly with the public. If you want to persuade the politicians, public health risk, tax evasions are the biggest issue in this. Our challenges, so we have a difficulty verifying origin, we have a limited access to the data, as was mentioned. There is a problem with cross-border nature of this crime, so you can be quite well prepared in your country, but you have a lack of cooperation in another country. It's very difficult to find about it. Then we have a low penalties and high profits, so you can imagine if you can earn 60,000 euros per month and the sentence which can be given to you is only probation, it makes sense to do this kind of crime. So it's one of these issues. It's a very research-intensive investigation. If you want to identify the whole network, identifying the illegal breeding facility and so on, you need to spend a lot of time in wiretaping, surveillance, and so on. And our perpetrators are using online platforms, so it makes it very difficult to be investigated. But as was mentioned in the new directive from European Union, we believe that the comprehensive full traceability system can be effective measure against this document fraud, insurance transparency, and significantly reduce illegal breeding and trafficking. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Andre. Again, another absolutely very revealing presentation. I think you will probably agree, amazing work, but we all know that that's only the tip of an iceberg. So I think it is almost impossible to quantify what's happening, that the crimes we haven't intercepted. So I think it's clear that the networks are very prolific, and it's clear that the financial incentives are huge, and it's clear probably that maybe the punitive for criminal deterrence are maybe not sufficient. But again, you highlight the need for the importance of multi-agency working and the role that you as veterinary inspectors and veterinary border inspectors have to play. And the enforcement agencies need you and needs this intelligence sharing to have effective enforcement action. So, just a quick summary. Are there any questions for Andre? Yes, we've got a question from the floor. Dimitar?
Only one question.
No.
What did you do with the confiscated puppies?
Yes, we moved these puppies to the shelters. We have quite well situation now in Slovak Republic because our veterinary authorities has a quite good competence to confiscate all dogs or animals which are in bad health condition. So we don't have to, how to say, seize them in our criminal procedure law, which is sometimes very difficult, time-consuming, and in this case, for example, when you confiscate a puppy, and the investigation can take 5 years. So you cannot sell this puppy anymore because it's not a puppy anymore, it's all dog. So we are glad that we established this system together with our veterinarian authorities. So we conduct this action together. So we are doing our work, identifying evidences, and they are doing their job. So they confiscate whatever is needed. And we have quite good cooperation with a lot of NGOs, shelters, and so on. So, and they welcome this activity, so they are trying to support us and help us. So they took this animal and they offered them for householding and so on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I just wondered, in the whole field of environmental crime, how important is the illegal trade of animals?
Yes. As I mentioned, my background is environmental science, so I fully know which crime has the biggest impact. For example, in my country, when we established our department, the main reason was illegal import of waste from Western European countries, because only in one country the restoration cost can be more than 50 million euros. So you can imagine it makes sense to pay a few millions for working of a department to stop a crime which will give you restoration cost 50 million euros. So it makes sense. But regarding this, we can see that, for example, when we are doing with waste, we also try to publish our work on social media, because it's a very effective tool how to inform public that you are doing something, and it's also a very important barometer for our hierarchy. So, for example, how many likes do you have, how many comments you have, it shows how public is interested. And in the waste crime, which is mostly important for our government, we have a few thousand likes, but in the animal crime, we have 10,000, hundreds of thousands like and comments and so on. And because of this, for example, also our hierarchy understood that maybe it's not important crime because of impact on the state, but it's a crime which is very sensitive for public. And if politicians want to have a voices in the next election, they need public. So using this approach, we are also taking this crime on board. For example, when we started with environmental crime, this crime wasn't part of environmental crime, but it was a decision of a national parliament to move this crime against animal inside of environmental crime. So now in my country it's an official part of environmental crime, so we can work on it. See.
Any other questions? No? Mm-hmm. Okay, well, thank you very much, Andre, and I would like to thank all of our 3 speakers from today's session. I think they deserve another round of applause. Thank you. And they will all stay with us for the panel discussion, so we'll hear a lot more from them. Thank you for sharing your invaluable experiences. I think that was fantastic.